Hi. um, quick shout out to Lark, who just showed up during the non-canonical 3-minute interlude at the start, resubscribed on Twitch, and then left. Anyway, it has been quite a bit since we have Gregged. It's been quite a bit since I've done anything because I had like a 1 week inner period of not streaming at all, followed by a Deltarune marathon. So basically for any particular game, it's been approximately 2 weeks since I played it. But today, we're playing it. So the amount of time since we last played it is now no time at all. We're here. Unfortunately, due to the fact that it's been canonically a long time since I played it, I don't actually remember exactly what we were doing. I know what we did, but I don't remember the goals that we were building up to. The thing we did was provide an infinite renewable source of that good stuff polyethylene, thus allowing us to make fancy machinery at a moment's notice. Observe! As you can see right here, the polyethylene is being built. And now I gotta do stuff with it. So my thought is, hey, what if we put the molten polyethylene in temperature 400K? Let's check our pipes. I was thinking maybe instead of building a tank, we just build a really, really wide pipe. It'd be a fluid pipe so we can narrow it down even better. Let's see here. We need one that can handle temperatures over 400. Copper can do it. Bronze can do it. Steel can do it. Wood cannot do it. Plastic cannot do it. So that ain't good. Clay could do it. A weird option, though. Yeah, I was thinking like just a huge old barrel. Petroleum. Let's get these out of the way. Like 4,000. These are almost to the level of the internal capacity of a single machine. Look at that one, though. Yeah, this is about half a machine. Stainless steel is unavailable. Plastic would be great, but the temperature is not enough. And I'm pretty sure plastic's what we make with polyethylene anyway. My big concern is that this thing will just back up annoyingly. And I'd need to make some automated system that, like, swaps it from polyethylene when there's too much polyethylene into a regular thing. Doubling up on benzene, because right now we're split. The wood gas makes the polyethylene, and the wood tar, which we're being made out of the charcoal that always happens anyway, is being used to make benzene. So it's a nice sustainable loop. I hope that loop's self-sufficient, though. I haven't checked. Let's see, 5,000. Let's watch this number. $5,063. If we go through one loop and that number goes up, we're good. Where's the other one? Oh, there it is. 14,000. This will have to be our measure. 5,063. Do we make it? Are we benzene positive? Results looking good so far. That one looks like it's struggling, though. But we are at least positive here. It looks like we might be slightly negative here, which is a concern. I don't exactly recall the priority rules for the pipes. If that's prioritizing over up, then maybe I should have the second one feel like that. You're safe to remove? Yes. Like maybe take the... Do I have an extra wooden pipe? I do. Yeah, because that number, that is a decreasing number. Not pleasant when that happens. Let's go for something like this. Combine in there, combine. Nope. Yep. Break you. The hope is that the fuel will prioritize going this way. But the other thing we could simply do is swap over the system. I think it was circuit setting 5. We go to circuit setting 3. Let me just check. From the Pyrolyze, it is setting 9. It's setting 9. Okay. You're still going up. And theoretically, you're going up faster than that one's going down. So maybe it's fine? It's a question of what happens when the system is full. Maybe we can force that a little bit. We got plenty of benzene in reserve. We just need to shuffle it around a little. Take like a big old tank. Like that. And fill this one up to nearly capacity. Realize that it's technically nighttime and go to sleep. And see what happens from there. What's important is what happens when this one is full. Okay, we have time in case it's not working, so we'll come back and look at that later when it settles. Emergency worst case scenario action we can perform is simply swap it over and not make so much polyethylene. We don't even have the storage for it all, really. Ah, I remember another thing we did. We were clearing out our inventory of dusts and stuff. Making sure everything was being processed nice and good, neat and orderly. At the cost of some of our infrastructure. Look at all that redstone. So I'm trying to think about the future. In the future, we're going to want dedicated machine lines, basically entire processing lines to make material out of nothing. For instance, we have this giant collection of trees, which are making infinity wood, tar, gas export. Either benzene or polyethylene, depending on what we feel like, or technically both. But we want that kind of thing for our manufacturing as well. We want, like, infinite iron. infinite circuit, infinite motor, perhaps. And that motor one in particular has been on my mind. Because what's it take to make a motor? Pretty simple object, really. Iron, some tin, some copper. You can even use alternative steel and annealed copper if you want to waste oxygen for some reason. You can even make giant bulk packages to make an entire stack at once using this thing. But this feels like a feedback loop, right? We make the ability to make infinite numbers of these with relative ease. And suddenly we feel like we can just make whatever we want. So the question is, how do we farm these materials? Well, the simple answer is we got to find those like metallic berries and farm them. Which, maybe not easy. That's a possibility. Another possibility is we explore making other assembly things. Less like infinite processing and more just the assembly line itself. Kind of like this rubber sector over here, where we put in 1,000,000 rubber dust and sulfur dust, and it'll make either rubber sheets as we need it, other rubber shapes, or put in the assembly machine and coat our wires. It's another possibility. What the heck am I going to do with this, huh? It's like full. Is this the literal dust box? No. We're going to have to split it. But I don't know if we have the room. Suppose we should take inventory. It's fine and good if we have to take some time to do a little bit of a cleanup day today. I don't mind. Maintenance is important. I'll put the bars in there. Self, put the bars in the bar box. Here's the bar box. Copper, nickel, bronze, tin, copper, iron, dust. Keep that on me. It's away. Any more bars in here? I don't see any. Okay. What do we got here? Clear out the hot bar for a second so that we can do some good material processing. Keep the bed. Iron is dust. It's an element, sorry. Let's just try and find the individual elements here. Silicon dioxide. There's some coal dust. Coal's a little weird as an option. Put that there. Aluminum dioxide. KNO. Lead sulfur. Cassiterite sand. Not a lot of pure elements but that makes sense for what we were doing. The problem with compounds like this is you have to sort of decide what you're doing. Okay, well, the individual elements are pretty much done. I'm putting the coal in the non-standards because it's not very standard. More sodalite. Go for the neutrals. They don't have an element, so they go in there. Gypsum. Asbestos. I recognize these as being important. Cryolite dust is a big one. Indeed, we have a lot of it. Uses for cryolite. 5 can turn into 4 aluminum with a lot of alumina. Compressors, good. Electrolysis can get us a lot of fluorine, but only at high voltage. It seems like cryolite is mostly unhelpful. We need a lot of alumina to make it work. Fluorine. Where the heck am I getting alumina? Compressor, electrolyzer, better questing. Nope. It's just it. I guess we have some, but not as much as we need. Lapis lazurite. Pyrite. A lot of things, a lot of things. I think we're just stuck with a little bit of a mess. For now, at least. Are we almost out of rubber? I think we're almost out of rubber. How do we get rubber dust? Centrifuging those big blocks, give us that plus the glue. I remember that much. What else do we got? Extractor on those things. This is a regular centrifuge. Package a reel. Or yeah, I guess more accurately what I want to do is I have all the slime blocks and I want to know how to use them. Maybe it's like slime, congealed green slime. Thank you. We can centrifuge it. We can assemble it into SDX, extract it for slime balls, which can then be extracted for raw rubber pulp in a 1:8 configuration. But the centrifuge just gives us free glue. We don't need much free glue. Might be better to go through just a double extractor assembly line. Glue is real. All right, I'm convinced. Let's go get our axe. Our good one. Let's chop down some lime tree. Been a while since we did a harvest. The glue's ready to go. Output here is ready to go. Let's see how much we get. But yeah, the problem we are having is that we're a little bit aimless right now. We don't know what we're doing. We don't know what we're trying. We don't know what the best path forward would be. And without a goal, it's hard to motivate yourself to do that goal. So we should really strive to get one as soon as possible. This is going to go really wild once the leaves start falling. There'll just be a mess everywhere. But do we pursue infinite resource now? Do we pursue better technology? Do we pursue robusting our infrastructure? Getting more reliable amounts of fuel? Many options, many options. Okay, this is about to be a mess. In 3, 2, 1. Nice. Very good. Now let's collect our everything, reset, put the slaplings down again. I recall from looking at it, it was a 1, 2, 3, 4, do. Looking good there. Hmm? Oh. Oh, okay, that is fine. Good. Let's collect all this before we lose it. Let's get that lunchbox ready to eat. Seems like our nutritional variety is bad. We may need to... Oh, little eager to repopulate the farm, are you? Oops. Okay, Slam Form's ready for round 2. Not necessarily literal round 2. I don't know how many rounds it's been. But it's been reset. Yeah, I've got conflicting desires for what I want to pursue. I keep stopping and I'm like, wait a minute, should I do that? I don't know. But I do know that I should do this. Does this do anything? We can extract it for a free slime. I may as well. Let's compressor. There we are. Free rubber, free glue. We're good. How's steel production going? Solid work, solid work. Let's clear out some of the ash. I think we may be nearing a point where we are... What the heck? Okay, it hasn't clogged the system at all, that's good. I think we're nearing a point where we may need to get more resources again. We've been kind of squeezing out as much iron and copper and stuff from the materials we have that we might need to just get more. Yep. Okay, with all the inventory management, I no longer have an instinctive understanding of where I put my stuff, which is the murder. Here's the murder. The feathers don't fit in the murder. Ah, darn it. Put them in here. Well, we've got barrel technology, and we've got particular materials that we want to put in a lot. What's this? Sodalite. Let's do some sodalite management. Sodalite, sodalite, sodalite. More sodalite would be in here. Right, cobalt-type. Same stuff. And then let's just make more barrels, especially for those important resources we use a lot, like iron, copper, tin. And just prepare them for use. That's still open. Over iron dust can go in there. Got a lot of nickel, got a lot of sulfur. Let's make some for those. We're barreling. Got another barrel for copper. That's an important thing. We've even got some tin. But isn't it that most of the tin we get is in the form of cassiterite? That's ambiguous. At least at a glance, we can see our supplies of the major things. There's also the ores that are combinations, like pyrite and chalcopyrite, but I think we've gone through them all. Aside from this little bit here, which I shall melt promptly. The stack of tin was available. The centrifuge is running. Oh! 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 It was just dumping it out the side. I guess that makes sense. The conveyor belt doesn't care if there's a thing there. So it's also a dropper. Fascinating. Any spare rubber we can put into the system. Check the backpack. It's got some weird junk in it. No. No, no, nope. I think we got it all. Or most of it before it despawned. I think with the way that spawning works, if you have a pile of a material and then a second pile of the material and they merge together, the despawn delay resets to the earlier piles one, such that it will take longer for it to despawn. I don't know that for certain, but I at least suspect it to be true. which is good enough for some people. Okay, thinking in circles here. Going round and round on the ideas train. What's my steel supply look like? Is it in here? Do I have any steel at all? I have 6 steel. That's Damascus steel. Do I have steel? Did I use it all? Can reheat some steel in the oven. But still, that's not much. You need at least 8 to make a machine. Probably more. Dark steel. Why was I making dark steel? I probably had a use for it, but what? Steel, pulsating steel. Well, here's dark steel pipe, dark steel chest. Dark steel was made with dark steel dust, which was electrical steel, or like a steel, coal, raw silicon, and obsidian. And I made 9 dark steel, and I smelted all of it, but for what purpose? Was it for pipe? Was it for a chest upgrade? 15 times 9 inventory does sound like a lot. That's a big, big tank capacity. Dark steel again. I remember, yeah, there was like conduits and stuff, but dark steel felt like a different path. It was definitely something Kit told me to do, but I don't remember why, unfortunately. So I'm afraid for now it's gonna have to go in the not doing it pile until such future moment where I remember why the heck I cared. Maybe Kit will come back and I'll learn. And here, machine is off. What do we do for things? We're in an awkward spot where it seems like we have more aluminum than steel right now. Funny position to be in, but not helpful. In nickel, thaumium, tumbaga. ABF's been running. How's this going? It's going to take like another 11 minutes, maybe 10. It's fine. The supplies are decently good for all of this. How's the centrifuge doing? It doing done. And suddenly we have a lot of rubber. Good. Is there anything else we want to use rubber for aside from this? It makes molten rubber. It makes molten rubber. It can make it smaller. It can make letters. I don't know what letters are used for. You can make them. You can make mica-based pulp out of them. That's important. Making your coils. But yeah, that seems to be the only three things that rubber pulp does. Makes molten rubber, makes letters. Frankly, you don't even need that. You can use propolis or wood pulp directly in a carpenter machine. And I don't even know what the function of a letter would be. Question instead, therefore, is do we need mica-based pulp for anything right now, and is it so urgent that we shouldn't just dump all the rubber into molten rubber production? Because molten rubber is useful, generally, and perpetually. Oh. This is pretty big. Do I need this chest as a buffer? Can I just pipe it into both of these individually and we'll just filter correctly? Maybe. By the way, I'm moving these logs over to this machine. There's our entry point. There it is. There we are. Get yourself some good charcoal. Build yourself a good backup. Keep the steam machines running. Not that they're doing anything particular right now. How's that extractor? The extractor is almost complete, and with that we shall turn it around and make gelatinous slime into more rubber dust. And this tiny bit of dust we can keep as our mica-based pulp supply. Because the purpose of mica-based pulp is to make mica-based sheets, and the point of mica-based sheets is to make mica insulator sheets. And the only thing we're using for that is either a super complicated, ludicrous voltage thing, capillary exchange, which also is ludicrous voltage, or make an insulator foil. And the foil makes redstone alloy primary Tesla wires, foil blocks, secondary windings, superconductor, Tesla thing, Canthal, level superconductor, nichrome, EV superconductor. It happens. We don't need. Oh, we're done here. Put that in. Put this out. Put this in. So, yeah. We don't need to stockpile rubber that bad. So, I'm just going to take all of this, pick it up, put it over to our rubber machine. Like... Okay, I won't put it exactly in. I'll put it nearby. The reason I'm making that distinction is because we need to put sulfur in somehow. Ah, forget it. Put that there. And then just save a spot and put the sulfur in. There's our sulfur, by the way. How much do we got? Oh, is this our sulfur? Yes, it is. Take that entire barrel. Slap that there. Take out like a few stacks of the stuff. Put it in here to make sure that we are never running dry. Perfect. And just like that, rubber. Yeah. Okay, meanwhile, let's check here. We got a lot of little tiny bits of dust going around. That's 4 more steel, 1 more aluminum, 1 more bronze. All fine and well. Here's our asbestos and existing mica pulp, as well as a lot of tin. Fantastic. Good little bit of glue. The inventory is going well. Let's pause for a nap and to make sandwiches. Check the... Wait, do we not have a kitchen anymore because I took everything outside? In that case, where's the fridge? This was ingredients we're not using. Where's the ingredients we are using? Seeds, saplings, nondescript plants, corpse stuff. Tell me we were just flat out. Do tell me. Okay, the pantry survives our finished foods. I'll take the steak sandwich. Cleanse the palate a little bit. Maybe I put a chest near the farm. I did not. Spare food in here? No. Okay. Let's process some food then. Ourselves a lot of bread. Right, wait a minute. We're on the precipice of a slicing machine. The slicing machine is easy. We just need the slicer blade, which is stainless steel plate, which is stainless steel. And stainless steel requires high voltage EBF to work on stainless steel dust. And stainless steel dust is chrome, manganese, nickel, and iron in a medium voltage mixer. We're close to that. We could try and upgrade the EBF. The power requirements are going to be absurd, though. Oh. Missed some wheat. Barley. My apologies. Put all this in here. We can mix it, make compost, compress it, make plant bulb, brew it into biomass. Mix it into compost, macerate it into flour, which is what we're doing. Okay. Right. How's the thing out back doing? This one. A lot of quick lime. We can take all of these, go to an electrolyzer, and convert it into oxygen. We have the oxygen already to do a lot of stuff here. In fact, this is perfectly full. Convenient for the arc furnace, which needs a lot of oxygen to generally run. Put that up, put that in there. Let's just fill up the... Oh, no, my mistake. This is chlorine from the cobalt making, or aluminum making. Also high capra. And that's going good. Let's take this out so that it won't overflow and put it into the rubber box. The easy way to do this would just hopper into here. As long as these balance out, we should be fine. And if they don't balance out, we're out of rubber, so easy tell. What's stopping us from making Canthal? Well, we're gonna have to cool it somehow, the coolant, but that's not that big of a problem. Iron, aluminum, chrome, we can make that. The blast furnace, high voltage. We need to upgrade the blast furnace to high voltage. That's basically the problem. So we're gonna need medium voltage energy hatch. And that's blocked by an ultra-low power integrated circuit, which requires an Olpic wafer, which requires laser engraving the wafer, which requires the wafer, which is a monocrystalline cynical boule, which requires a blast furnace on medium voltage of 32 solar grade silicon and small gallium arsenide crystal. Okay, we found the loop. We are missing silicon solar grade. But that's not actually that hard to do. Silicon solar grade. In fact, I think we can do this from the quest lines. If you look over here, we have silicon. Silicon dioxide also real. But there's like a loop that we can do, like the polyethylene with a catalyst, like the hydrogen from the other thing. The raw silicon we've gained, we will need to work on that. There are two reasonable options to do so. The first one is react it with some chlorine to make silicon tetrachloride. And then combine this tetrachloride with sodium dust. Silicon dust is now purified. The chlorine and sodium are not lost during this process. You just electrolyze the salt and send it back to the reactor. Makes a complete and proper loop. The alternative is chemical reactors. You can make silicon solar grade by taking hydrochloric acid, make trichlorosilicate and hydrogen, and then combine it with the hydrogen to make silicon solar grade and hydrochloric acid again. The hydrogen and continue the second chemical reaction to continue the purified solar grade silicon. You get all the hydrochloric acid back. That sounds perfect. However, how do I get the hydrochloric acid to begin with? Chlorous acid. The same thing. Large chemical reactor is chlorine and hydrogen. Regular chemical reactor as well. Okay, so we just combine it. We just combine it. So I've got a free chemical reactor to use right now. Distillery, fluid solidifier, fluid extractor, forming press. I don't think I do. They're all occupied. Just to confirm, this recipe is low voltage. It's all low voltage. 15. And 15. We could do this off of one LV generator. Got a premonition about the steel. Yep, I knew it. It stopped. Cool. Let's burn through some of our cactus coke. We got too much of the stuff. At least it's more. Oh, we should check on the benzene. Let's just go in. It's full. This is still declining, I think. It wasn't at 14,000 earlier. Okay, let's check once the system goes quiet what it's at. Or even worse, the polyethylene's getting full. We're gonna have to extract that soon. Don't have any pipes on me. And we don't have a tank for it to go to. Okay, but 10,714. 10,690. 685. Okay, that's our point. 10,675. What we're hoping is that it gets higher than that after a minute. Running empty. The ashes are piling in / out. 10,789. It's so close. It's barely sustaining itself. Maybe that's fine. Because from here, we're getting so much. Alright. Yep, okay. It's a net profit of about 25 benzene. Let's set this to 9, though, and go full benzene production, now that we're almost full on polyethylene. We'll use it. I'm sure we'll use it. We just gotta commit to a mission. In fact, let's commit an entire stack of tin to a mission. Just prepare ourselves to make a lot of low voltage machines. With all 38 of the iron we have, that's really not enough. Yeah, I don't think I can put it off any further. We need to mine. We need to get more resources. Our supply of copper is fine. Our supply of tin is reasonable. Our supply of iron really needs some work. I'm going to empty out as much as I can from both inventories. Get to the absolute bare minimum. Even emptying out this thing. Obsidian can go here with the dust. It's a little awkward on the organization, but we really need it. We need to simplify, we need to sort, we need to just make everything work. Inventory management has been a struggle this whole time, but we need to finally get a grasp on it. Take all the salts. I forgot what calcite is. Take it out of there. Put calcite in here. Take copper out of there. Put copper in there. We'll put all the salts and gems and stuff into here. It's kind of a chest for that. Take these out. Take the feather out. Put the anvil and furnace in here, because they are machines. Tools we need for this. Don't need the wire cutters. Don't need those. Those are those. It was like illegal dirt in here, right? Somewhere. I recently witnessed illegal dirt. Where is it? I'm never going to find it at this rate. Oh, there it is. More salty stuff, item pipes, some circuitry stuff, some maps, some sticks. The hang glider will stay with us. That's a travel utility. Tiny item pipes in there, random bits and bobs of the machines. I wish I had a random bits and bobs of the machine box. It might be that. This is secondary as a paper chest, I suppose. String can't go in there because it's full. I guess this is technically the bits and bob. Put a hopper in there. You don't need it. Stick, feather. Clear brick should go in there. Energy storage is kind of energy transfer. Put these away. Don't need the crowbar. Don't need the chisel. I'll keep one of my axes. And then where's my soup? No, this is the wrong box. That goes in here. There's my hammer. Finally, get the good dirt into the farming chest. Electric motor into the bits here. Okay, got a shovel, got a pickaxe, got an axe, got a super axe. Got torches, got bucket. Do not need the plunger. My armor here is not really designed for this kind of work, so we'll swap it out for some basic stuff. Any about of normal armor. What's the clipboard say? Ah, yes, this was all for Circuit Stack V2. We did Circuit Stack V2, so we don't need this anymore. Large lithium battery can go to... This is energy storage. Go in there. Basic boards go in there. Alright, our inventory is looking pretty good. The only thing I think we need to stock up on before going on a big expedition for all the material is to prep us some food prep. I'm gonna, like, officially move you somewhere closer to water. It's getting to be a real pain. I have to jump up and down. Here's where the water is. We can make, like, a tiny kitchen here. We could move the kitchen here. If we're going to be treating food prep as a step... Oh, this is where I put it all. Oops. It blended in with the background. Even so. This down here. Say. Box there. That box full of things. Prepped foods are upstairs, but it's mostly... Oh, it's prioritizing the tank's inventory, not the chest. Guess we'll do that. Boop bop. Water's full. Take our individual bits of flour and dunk it. That's some food prep if I ever did see some. From here, we've also inherited a lovely knife. Oh, of course, we need a way to cook the stuff. Let's take one of our super furnaces and bring it down here. Brand new kitchen. Some lovely large doughs out of that. We can then cook them in here. Meanwhile, let's chop up some good old plants to use. Let's get a stack of each. From there, we have the bread, we have the tomato, we have the onion, we have the cucumber, not necessarily in that order. And with all of this together, we can construct large veggie sandwich. Approximately 19 of them. We could make 2 more if we were being picky. For now, let's just put our food away. Keep the knife on standby. It's good. Open up the box here. Put our sandwiches away. Run out of tomatoes to fill the void. Put those in. We want to make sure we have some slices of snack just to give that nutrient variety. Okay, I figure we have everything we need for an expedition. Let's go expedite. In terms of what we're particularly looking for, the big thing is iron. We've got plenty of supplies, plenty of resources, and plenty of willpower to make this happen. Maybe I should have brought a weapon. Where's my sword? Let's not leave home without a means of protecting ourselves. Weapons are here. I'll go with the tempered blade. The one with a little bit of sharpness in it. Hopefully I can repair it. It's a good blade. I should also maybe bring just a tiny itty-bitty smattering of cobalt and the repair station, the tool forge, so that if something goes wrong, we can repair our tools on site. If we lose the axe, we lose the axe. Maybe I should invest in Cobalt Blade. That's probably real durable and tough. Let's see. Cobalt Sword. We got broadswords, we got long swords. 8 attack damage is indeed better than what I'm using right now. Like, go for it. Hello. Goodbye. You know, I'm gonna fight you if I can find you again. You're over here? Yeah. Please fight me. Hello, I'd like to engage you in combat, please. You are really, really hesitant to fight me, huh? So forgiving, but I do actually want to engage you in battle. Can you please engage me in battle? There you go. There you go. Great, thanks for fighting me. Let's go look for mining. For best results, I suppose we just go into the nearest iron cave. Even if we've sort of extracted a lot of iron from it already, it probably still is a lot more. I didn't even bring the ore finder wand, so if we stop seeing stuff, we can just stop mining stuff. We're about to head into one right now. This is another classic spiral staircase. Thank you, past self. We stopped early? Is this? I guess we never dug into this one that far. Maybe it was back when I was using copper veins as a way to get both copper and iron, but this is like more pure iron. Or more purely, strictly iron. I see. The limonite is iron, hydrogen, and oxygen. It's the brown stuff is. We use that. Iron, tin, manganese. There's a lot of good resources out here in these parts. Oh, shovel time. A cave? A hostile? Fascinating. Another hostile! Similar in function to the first hostile. A third hostile of a similar shape. Another one! The hits just keep on coming. The hits are to my entire body in the form of an explosion, in case you were wondering. Wow. Unexpectedly, we have found our way to the gold vein from here. You still give Enderian type objects. Be on the lookout for that one to return. I want its corpse. Big cave. 2 of them! Many more than 2 of them! Wow. Mica. The Mica vein. We can get more Mica here. With enough Mica, we can just make another EBF if we wanted to. See, magnetite is technically iron, and gold is a vaguely rare commodity that we use to make some specialty items like Tumbaga. We could extract this as well. The gold? Oh. Wow, you're like not a creeper. Ain't that wild. I don't know what you were, but you were. The big old cave. And I'm burning all of my torches trying to excavate it. Garnet sand. Spessarite. Spessartine. Put you back down here. Maybe that's the trap. That I'm wasting my coal here. Diatom. The diamond vein? No, diatom is just a thing that comes with tin. Okay. Back to iron. All the way back to iron. Kyanite. What's the importance of kyanite again? It's from mica. Okay. Well, back to where we started. Banded iron is real. A lot of banded iron is real. Returning to our original plan. There's our center, so we go down, down. Keep digging. Straight into some abyssal stone. What's the use of abyssal stone? Mobs cannot spawn on this block. Does it have functions? Abyssal block. It's basalt. Olivine calcite. Flint. This is an interesting collection. Olivine is used for apparently cassette tapes. Magnesium, iron, silicon dioxide. Makes olivine gem, which can be upgraded even further. Flawless olivine. Lathe, forge hammer. You can take the dust again. Just going back to basalt for a second. Calcite is concrete. Right. Concrete. There's so many options. Oh. Moving on down. And the stone causing mobs to not fall. Hello. In search of iron, I found the abyss. Ain't that wild? Doot. Oh. Too early of a turn. Doot. 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 What are you? Dark diamond. I'm gonna mine this. Let's mine it with the luck pickaxe. I have diamonds! Amazed that hasn't happened yet. So I suppose this is some sort of underground meteor or geode of some kind. Yeah, we're getting pretty low. Where's the iron at? Is that it? We are literally running out of space for the iron to be. Why a 15? Let's try. Let's check the providence of this stuff real quick. Give me the ore stats. Height 10 to 40. Okay, so we're not doomed just yet. But it is going to end up statistically lower than usual. Well, we're here. Where's the iron? That spooked me a little bit. Don't tell me the giant meteor overwrote the iron deposit. That would be too sad for me. We're at the bottom of the world. I'm going back up there. That dang meteorite ate all of my iron. That's gotta be it. But veins are fairly large, so if we go out a bit, maybe we'll see it. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. This dang meteor ate the iron. That's mildly annoying. Well, let's drop some of our unwanted additional materials into a pit. Protection 2, protection 2. Doot. The string. Maybe I should have kept the gunpowder. Don't need the stone dust. Blade's fine. The spider eye's not. Roasted iron. I mean, iron's what we're coming for. Malachite from the biomes of plenty is undesired. Okay, let's go mining for... That better not be another one. You've got to be kidding me. What have I stumbled into? It's just... Abyssal stone forever. I should have used the hammer. This is unfair. This is unfair. All this work. And you surround me in meteors. And leave me with barely any scraps remaining. Dang chunk generation. At least we're getting something. It didn't delete all of it, just most of it. And made me unhappy about it. But it's still real. But I am immediately going to be marking this vein as being dead. Because it functionally is. It looks like we're reaching the extent of our powers in that direction. There's some proper banded iron. The good stuff. Let's start using this inventory space for a lot of the crushed and incidental dusts. Oh, here we go. Good stuff. A bit of a surprise, but we are making this work. Backpack, take out the crushed stuff, drop the cobblestone. I've dropped the cobblestone in an illegal location where I'll just pick it up again. Drop it over here. This, but the crush, but dust, and anything we have a full stack of. Even things like the axe. The diamonds, I don't expect us to be getting any more today. Unless there's another abyssal stone meteor that wants to make itself known. It better not. If I recall, the malachite portion of this is copper in terms of primary material. And of all things to cancel this expedition, it's going to be the fact that I ran out of torches. You need a lot of light down here. Especially when you spend most of your torches exploring a random cave instead of an actual real mine shaft. I'll take the blame for that one. This is just some silly luck. Can't complain about the actual haul, though. Raw banded iron ore, I imagine, can be smelted as if it was just one iron, and it can. Add some carbon dust, and you can pretend it's even more iron. As long as you're okay with the carbon dioxide. Using a blast furnace can get you extra as well. I would have preferred it without the need for the carbon, but I guess it's mandatory. So banded iron is iron. Yellow limonite is free nickel, could be free cobalt, depending on the way you go down it. Then back here, it's iron once again. You can alloy smelt it to be used as yellow. Another carbon duster for 2 to 3. So similar to banded iron, except you can also use it as a yellow dye. Brown limonite, by comparison, can be split, 4 of it to 1 iron, 2 oxygen, and hydrogen if you really need it. But it's another 2 to 3 split. Mixer can make brown dye. So really, it's just iron, iron/yellow dye, and iron/brown dye. Along with a little bit of malachite, which is indeed copper. And I won't care so much about the blast furnace because the carbon price is a little too expensive for me. I don't find it worth it. Okay, let's leave. Start processing these materials. Get some torches, and while the materials are processing, come back for more. Overall, a good haul. Every stack of this stuff is 2 stack of iron, and every 2 stack of iron is 2 stack of steel. Plus, there's the iron we want to keep around for things like iron rods, making hoppers, making iron chests. It's a generally very useful material. And we're going to do a lot with it. Just saw the cactus farm activate. Very good. I'm back. I got some more cobblestone for the barrel. What's the best way to do this? I have a plan. Oh. Right, I'm not wearing the boots anymore. Let's do oh no, this is the input box. So we want the input box to be... Why am I even carrying this around? It's empty. Pick it up. But the idea is that we can reuse this material here to do some mass processing. The chest is still being used to hold dust, so we're going to need another one. Or to just empty that one out, and we can't empty that one out. It's too full. I guess I'll just use a different guy, probably. Any spare chests that I just have put around somewhere? There's free steel in here, though. Yes, okay. We'll use a regular chest here and a iron chest on the other side, which matches the ratio of 1 to 2 that a macerator gives us for our material. So, fill this up. Iron chest goes there. And the final trick to make this work is going to be temporarily stealing the conveyor belt on that. Because we don't have a second one. So, give me that. And put that there. Conveyor belt is set to export as desired. Everything else is irrelevant. This up, take out that single stack of brown limonite, put that in here, and get to work. Good. The rest can stay in the backpack because it's very unlikely we'll get a stack of any of it. Everything else can go into a more immediate, relevant storage. I think Abyssal Stone will have some value later. What's its styles looking like? Pretty dark. This is kind of an equivalent to Deep Slate. What about if we smelt it into Abyssal Block? What's the options there? Still pretty dark. Maybe it's too dark for us to make something look cool with it. Not as like the solid material, but we could use it as the highlight for a different material. I was a big fan of the like sanitary laboratory aesthetic in Season 1. We could make some white and black alternating for good fashion sense. Okay, next is the torches. The torches. Give me the torches. How are we going to make the torches? There's a way to make torches out of creosote. What was it? Bucket wool stick. Assembler is charcoal dust, coal dust, charcoal, sulfur. Just out of sulfur. Sticky resin. Huh. A stick and sticky resin. Do we have some spare sticky resin? From an earlier era, but maybe there's still some lying around. I got the sticks for it. Maybe the hopper still has some charcoal. Yes. Do that. Meanwhile, refill the secondary log machine. Doot, 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 doot. Back to adventure. We're going back in that mine. We're going to mine all of the iron that we can reasonably find. And then, once we're done and still have some room, we're going to go to the gold vein and dig that up too. And then we'll be rich with iron, which is the big thing we need to do a lot of machinery. I haven't confirmed this, but I think by volume, iron is the resource we need the most for low voltage machines, because you need 8 steel for the hull. You need some iron for the motors, which you usually have. I don't know how the electronic circuit factors into it that well. Sometimes you use a steel casing, sometimes you don't. But the piston also uses steel. Copper and tin also have decent contenders because copper is used a lot for the wires, tins are used a lot for the wires. There's definitely a lot of copper in the motor and the circuits. So it's close. It might depend on exactly what machine you're making. But they all come from a fundamental foundation of 8 iron, 1 tin, measuring in ingots, and 1 polyethylene, maybe 2. But the polyethylene's infinite right now. We just make it out of wood. Iron, copper, tin. That is the bulk trinity. And so we mine. Running into the meteor again. The 2 meteors. Now that I'm no longer worried that there's just no iron in this vein, I'm back to respecting it as it... Wait a minute. Don't tell me. Okay, hello and welcome to the 3rd meteor geode thing. Now providing us with some dark lapis. And very little else. Is this just some sort of secret magical abyssal stone geode meteor vein thing? Is this just the biome we're in? Maybe not the biome, but... Are these known to generate near each other? If they're geodes, I guess that makes sense. Similar geological circumstances would probably make similar geological anomalies. That said, I don't know if abyssal stone's canonical to reality. Usually when people are naming rocks or minerals of some kind, they don't give it such a dramatic name. And for many of the names that are dramatic, it's more dramatic in retrospect. Like, the names become cool over time. Not necessarily that they were cool to begin with. Sometimes you just gotta name something. And then, boom, it's stuck with a name. Now, that's not to say that a name can't have some bearing on its value. I am well aware that a rose by any other name would smell just as sweet, but I think people try to give things names that match their emotional sentiment to the object. So they probably called it a rose because they thought it was a nice name that they wanted to give to this sweet-smelling plant. It's a chicken and egg thing in every single instance of a word being given a name. Now, I'm currently speaking in English, and maybe I can't talk because the English language and a lot of the languages originating around, like, the Latin sphere of influence are all just derivative names of words that already existed. It's not actually very often that an English word needs to be invented out of absolutely zero historical context to other words that have existed. And every time they try, it's usually just, like, abject nonsense, like that's not even words. Yeah, I can't even think of an example. Words are just words. Should make an emergency hole in the wall. Can't make a hole in the wall because there's still stuff here. Fine, this'll work. Dump, dump all the stone. All the dust's away. Dump all the stuff I've forsaken. And dump it over there as well. I wasn't expecting the inventory to still be such a problem. I'm doing too good of a job. Or maybe I don't have enough inventory space. Do I need more backpacks? I think there's like a physical limit on how many you're allowed to have. But maybe the ideal amount is more than one. It would make searching through my various inventories a lot more difficult. Because I gotta open one, then it's not there, I gotta open the other, then I gotta go back to the first one because maybe I just didn't see it. Etc. But if I'm just doing bulk processing and stick to being responsible with my inventory distribution, maybe it's worth it. And maybe I only need to whip out the second and third backpacks or whatever whilst doing this bulk processing. So the second backpack should only ever have bulk processing stuff in it, so stuff we got several stacks of, or literally nothing. But you know how it can get. Okay, stack, 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 dump. That's basically a stack. Dust, dust, crushed, crushed. Not in that order. we continue. Still, though, looking at this, seeing the multiple stacks, we're going to have iron for at least a few more streams. And that's really all I asked for. That's all I was hoping for in this adventure. Despite my initial fears with the Abyssal Stone Meteor Geodes, there is plenty of iron here. I think I will skip out on going to the gold vein. We don't need it. Like, what would we get out of it? The magnetite's iron, and the gold is something that we could technically farm thanks to our glowstone plant. We're not farming it currently, but we can farm it. Maybe this is what we need to do. We need to make the big shift towards, like, the stupid levels of production. More farms, more machines processing these devices, more power production, just everything. All of it, always. That is the dream. In a way, it always was. Another one? It's gotta be like a geological thing. Like, it's gotta be this type of... They gotta cluster together like this. It's gotta be how they form. They must be geodes, otherwise this is absurd. And they're all centering around this point because there's something here that matches the conditions for them to spawn in a geological sense, but maybe that doesn't actually translate to real gameplay mechanics. Maybe this is just like a geo chunk region. Complete with free emeralds for some reason. There were a lot of emeralds here. Maybe that's correlated? The biome we're in right now is called Highland. At least in the regular vanilla Minecraft, emeralds are more common in mountainous regions, especially at high altitudes. Maybe this is spoofing it in a small way. Maybe it's simply because we're so deep underground and emeralds are more common there in this mod. I have a lot of speculation. I got plenty of speculation to throw every which way. Nothing verified. And that makes it fun. Okay, well, given the crazy amounts of iron we've got, probably a full chest worth, almost, once it's mined out and processed, I think we are clear to head back home and say we are good on iron for the time being. First, let's sleep. Stop the rain. I am slow. Why am I slow? I'm slow because I'm hungry. There we go. I think I've lost my staircase up. That's the staircase up. This is the tunnel. We dug up into the tunnel. Free. Very good, very good. Maceration should have gone well. We should be in a good spot. Machine's churning. Look at all that technically iron. Is there like a multi-block furnace? Furnace. Basic electric furnace. High pressure steam furnace. BBF. Iron furnace. Electric furnace. Induction furnace. Epic plasma discharge heater. Mega blast furnace. Processes up to 256 recipes at once. It's made at high voltage with extreme amounts of soldering alloy and a stack of EBF machines. And it is constructed like that. Okay. Okay. This is very, very interesting. Cool, I'm not gonna do that. Weirdly enough, it does feel like maybe the limiting factor in all this will be my sheer ability to just have the smelt, effectively. This is going to be a lot of iron dust that we're going to need to run through. We can and will run through it. Crushed material can go crushed silver, crushed iron, crushed brown limonite, crushed roasted iron, crushed yellow limonite, malachite. All those are fine to go in there. The dust will preload into here as if we forge hammered them. But this is a temporary measure to get around the fact that the centrifuge automation has been ripped out to do macerator automation. We will restore it to its proper glory later. As for the rest of this, the backpack is empty. We have done successful inventory management. I am so proud of myself. More stone dust for free. There's uses for it, so it's not a complaint. Let's put the malachite in here. Emeralds, 2 diamonds, malachite output it here. Because there is like a malachite material, and this is almost it. It converts. We can convert one to the other. And I don't actually see a use for malachite other than decoration. We just slap it in this. Okay, no, it has to be a macerator. Alright. Put it in there, then. Any left bits of inventory to deal with? Just some extras. Some spares, some lapis. Random rotten flesh. The abyssal stone needs a home. the dirt back. Okay, we can keep going. We can just do this again. Copper is fairly low. But we've always tried to get copper in high volume. But we also burn through it at high volume. So what if we just head back out? Get some more. Half of this is restocking the barrel over there. Half of this is getting sticks for the torches. Not too worried about the details. Extra planks and sticks can... No, let's be responsible. They should go in the wood chest here. Until they are further needed. Everything else good. The crowbar we do not need to bring, but we want to keep it available. Gold. The barrels and chests are unnecessary. The chests could be useful, though. Put the barrels in here. Keep a chest. In theory, if the backpack gets full and we still want to do more, we can put that down and start emptying into there and then dolly it back home once we're done. Okay, next up is copper. Copper's a little bit of a concern because I feel like I've already ravaged the countryside looking for copper. And so I feel like a lot of the copper veins around here are going to be nearly empty. I'm arguing with myself whether or not I should bring the ore finder wand. But copper and tin. Copper and tin is the goal. I made a passageway into this vein. So we're entering a pre-owned vein. That doesn't necessarily mean it has problems. It's just some of the copper has been utilized to the fullest already. And now it's on us to use it a little bit more. What's the situation looking like? Looking pretty extracted, honestly. This may prove to be difficult. But we still got choice. A lot of choice, actually. More emeralds. I guess they're just popular. There you are. There you aren't. Where did you come from? I heard the sound of fall damage, so did you come from upstairs? It is nighttime now. Mysterious. All the dirt and the fact that I've kind of dug through this already is ruining my desire to kind of do a proper strip mine. Just make this one giant room. Okay, let's start using this. Boop, 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 boop. I feel like maybe my past self down here was restricted by a lack of torches, which is why they strayed so not far from the entrance. And why they focused on mining one giant room. Whereas this time we can go further. So we can treat it a little bit like the Abyssal Stone situation, except instead of it being a geode, it was the digging I did in the past under certain constraints. It also seems like there's a mysterious cave nearby, possibly related to this abandoned mine shaft going on. Oh, hey, there's the Abyssal Stone spot. That's funny. Big old copper mine here. This is a decent way to see what places I've been to already. But only under the assumption that they're all at the same altitude. Not a bad assumption, just it's an assumption. A lot of mobs, a lot of mobs. What are they doing over there? They sound close. I worry I'm just going to open a wall and they're just all going to pour out. I'm a little hesitant to touch that wall. It's a variety of mobs, so I don't think it's a spawner. Not only skeletons or only zombies, it's a mix of both. I wouldn't hear a creeper like this. Looks like we are ready for more. Look at that. Already, plenty of stacks of different things, mostly... Okay, it's an even mix of iron and copper. Dump these. This again, get the dust, then the crushed. Put the lapis in there, I suppose. Continue. I'm going to dig one lower than usual to stop the gravel from falling. Fortunately, the gravel has decided it wants to fall anyway. I'm prioritizing the chalcopyrite, copper, and pyrite. More specifically, I'm ignoring the difference between chalcopyrite and pyrite while prioritizing it and copper as a singular group. Mostly because we already have iron. If we get iron incidentally, that's a fine rate. Incidental iron per second is good for us. The copper is a bit more urgent. But even this is pretty good. Let's see. It's going to be 6 stacks of copper, 6 stacks of iron. And it doesn't stop. I guess the reason we got so much iron is that all the stuff in an iron vein translates into iron, except for the very uncommon malachite. Malachite's very rare in an iron vein compared to everything else. But in a copper vein like this, despite the name, it's a bit of an even spread between copper and iron. So whereas we would have about 12 stacks of iron in an iron mine right now, it's 3 and 3. Well, sorry, it's 6 and 6 here. Because of the split. Oh, would you look who it is? It's our good old friend, Abyssal Stone Geode. What kind of great secrets do you got today? Ooh, it's that funny lapis, is it? Nice, nice. I am not going to engage with you right now. This is good. The double vertical strategy, except we're using an hammer for it. Third of my inventory was just cobblestone. I think I just found a new mining technique. Still weak to gravel, but everything's weak to gravel. I'm weak to gravel. Maybe it would have been worth it to bring my excavator shovel. That was not a permanent solution. Let's put the stacks away. That's a lot. The dust crushed away. Looks good. We're going to accidentally pick up the stone again, but that's fine. We can always unpick up the stone again. Ooh, rich resource here. Particularly dense collection of pyrites. Hello, and no, I am not. And also hello. I purchased them from someone else. And I'm doing alright. You entered this conversation talking business, and I was afraid that you might have been a, like a bot trying to scam me out of something, but you are responding accurately to your environment, so that's a relief. Yeah, they're made of cobalt. The specific model that I didn't make it, that I have right now was made by Hit Artist Voidlace on social medias. The credits are somewhere in the Twitch description. They're a little hard to find, and I feel bad about that. There's a few reasons. One, most people who talk to me are primarily regulars that I recognize by name because of my general low visibility and popularity. Means that the people who do talk are typically people who are already friends with me. Second, most bots are designed from the start to get someone to engage in a business transaction that is actually a scam, which means that their priority is to get to talking about business immediately. Common topics are art and such, so those are a red flag. I was willing to engage with you. I mean, not anymore, but your first message... Anytime somebody says a message for the first time, you have to ask yourself, is this person real? You gotta start doing analysis. Like, uh-oh, a new person. Reality has changed. What do I do about this? Thank you. Oh, this looks like a thoroughly mined ore vein. Still see a few things around, but our inventory is getting pretty full, and I think I would like to head back before I run out of nutritional value on my sandwiches. It is clear that you are not a bot or scammer. I appreciate your patience and understanding that you had to go through a security check of a social interaction, but now that it is over, we may proceed being friendly acquaintances. The spider has made a cobweb. That's my sandwich supply. We got 15 and 8, okay? Maybe get more slices. I understand. It's fair. You can... The circumstances that we all have to navigate are inconvenient and mired by bad actors. There are too many bots. Speaking of bots, that one just said a thing. Alright, we're back. What's the status over here? That's ready to go. Might have been a mistake to try and do this with a full inventory. Steel in there. Get the cactus coke, get a cactus coke, smelting. Put all that in there, and now we're making copper. And more iron. I don't remember the exact details, especially because I paid in multiple installments because I got, like, bonuses later. I think it was, in total, somewhere around... I'm just going to approximate to, like, 90 to 100 US dollars. Which honestly was quite a deal, in my opinion. Nothing too fancy, nothing too serious, but still had to get the good stuff going, and I got it. Well, I don't know, professional artwork is a thing. And if it's a one-time purchase, it's not too big a deal. Why did I do that just now? I forget how fast the forge hammer works. Pick up all this. Put it in there. Well, maybe you should charge more. Okay. I don't know how to value stuff in terms of money. That makes sense. More of that. A lot more of the... Oh. Creosote is full. How do I get rid of creosote in a productive way? Get a million wool, make it into torches. Chemical bath wooden ties. Capra, are you okay? You just made a jail cell. Creosote wood block. I don't think there's anything I particularly need right now. You can see that my setup, my general stream layout is very minimalistic. Hey Capra, how you doing? What happened on Discord? I don't think I want an overlay. Because, like I said, minimalism. That's not just out of frugality, but it's also about just not having the game be smaller or cluttered. If it were up to me, I would take myself, put it in a window completely outside the game. In like a weird pop-up, but that'd be silly. So, Capra, this isn't an art scam. We just got through this. I just established this is not a bot trying to art scam me. Now they're gonna have to go through the gauntlet again with you. The artists are fighting. Okay, how do we... Can I waterlog pipe? No. Wait. No. Wait. No. Okay, where the heck do I put all this grease? Do I just, like, void it in itself? I guess I'll do this for now. Shame to see the creosote go, but... Can't use it right now, we can't use it right now. Alright. Cactus Coke should be running good. I take a nap, I am asleep. I trust I can find it, but... You are too late. I have already located it. Where the heck am I going? It's not for factory processing work, unless I decide to get tin. Could get tin. Here's an egg. Did not have a chicken in it. I could have cooked that and maybe made like an omelet. I don't remember that I can do that in mods. That's gonna take a while. Actually, you know what? You make a good point. I need to check stuff. How do I check this? I'm suddenly forgetting how to manage the internet. I should know this. I live there. Partially. It's like a timeshare. I guess not looking everywhere. Okay. Never mind. I checked something and it was fine. All is well. All right, I'm back in pollution land. I am reasonably convinced of the reality of your person. You are probably real. Congratulations, you've been verified actual. And can now experience the joys and wonder of reality. Like getting run over by a bus. Can't do that while not real. Truly, the world is open to you now. Alright, let's slice up some more resources. Get a stack. Tomato, stack of cucumber. Maybe we want to make more smaller sandwiches just to split it up. But just using the slices themselves has always been sufficient for that. Hack staff of this, hack staff of that. Put them in the lunchbox. Doot, doot, doot. There we go. Snacks. I will take a look, but I am not necessarily going to stop the stream to perform a purchase at this moment. But I will look after. Congratulations on drawing an ace there. Well done. Okay, you two artists want to talk shop, that's fine. I'm going to focus on the industry then. Okay, so the circumstance. We've got reasonable amount of steel being produced. That's good. Redstone dust here, galena, all this is being... We could take some of the limonite and start forge hammering it. And even if we don't have full automation here, we can still use the dang centrifuge. It's not unavailable. going good. Why are these stopped? They're all full of creosote. This is a problem. Right. This, okay. How do we get rid of 1,000,000 creosote? They're all piped up, so we can, if we can put them in a container, we can then void that container. So we need a tank. Do we have a spare tank anywhere? Tank. We could put it in a semi-fluid generator that does nothing. I don't have an Instagram. There might be an account Instagram used by the company itself, but it's not mine. I don't control the social media aspects of any of this. Such are the wonders and splendors of being a company. Wait, what am I doing? I can just swap out the... Well, okay, no, that might be a pain. Twitter is also probably a no-go. I don't use Twitter anymore. You have to understand, you have discovered a hermit that works for a corporation. Like, I'll give you the Twitter. I can look in it. It's not like I don't have an account. I have an account. I just don't actively use it. It would be M_X. Put the finished foods in the finished foods department. It's down here. Put that there. These aren't connected. Good. I am looking for a wrench. Give me a wrench. We'll go down. We'll put the creosote in the semi-fluid combustion chamber. We could route it into this. Like, just put it here. Might be an even better idea. Because then we can actually use the power. Oh, I'm getting ideas. This could be our power source for the solar silicon maker. Are you asking me to check right now? Yes, I did. I can indeed see it. Congratulations, you successfully found me after being given a vague description of how to find me. Okay, new plan. This can be the solar grade farm. Keep that staircase intact. The creosote will come out with the wood pipe I'm not holding. You're asking a lot for a stream that usually operates in full normal. I know, Capra, but I'm a person who very much follows the benefit of the doubt. Take all the wooden pipes, we connect them together. If this is our connection, put that there. interface here. Building power. That'll at least help activate the ovens, or at least some of the ovens. It's working. This is going to be a little bit of a creosote sink. I'd like to give it power, but we don't have anything to power quite yet. Let's put the staircase on the side of it, so that this can just be the wall. Keep that there, it doesn't matter. If you're questioning the validity of Capra as an artist, I can confirm Capra is somebody who has given me art unprompted before. And also for money. Okay. Put some dirt up there as the roof. Then we could raise this one more. Raising one more would make a ceiling increase, but it's raised over there, so this would uniformize it. Okay, now if I do want to do solar-grade silicon stuff, I would just need 2 chemical reactors and some pipe work. I think as a simple operation, that is... would be something we just do immediately. Basic not chemical bath, reactor. Okay. Circuit, glass, tin, rotor. Nothing complicated, I can just do these things. Thank you. This is getting full. Right, it's getting full because we moved to full benzene production. Dude. Focus. Start the steel. Recipe for today, it's 2 chemical reactors. We did a lot of material processing, and now we are going to do some actual construction on this. Doesn't require any pistons, so we will only need the original 16. The polyethylene will be put to good use. Start by flattening that out. We're going to need to reserve however many cells it is. What is it, like all? Let's see. It's 2 per box. And then this is... just put it in. So I only need 4 cells for polyethylene. Take those out of this chemical reactor. We're really entering into a very chemical age here. A lot more material processing in liquid form being mixed together in reactors as opposed to just slapping it with a hammer and making it into a bar. Okay, don't prep the assembly machine just yet. Vending machine is ready. Assembling machine is on circuit 8. Put these in. Prepare the hull. Next up, we go to our giant stack of tin wire I prepared earlier. and use our ever-convenient assembling machine dedicated on the circuit setting 24 to turn them all coded into cable. You wanna know what Art Capra does? Yeah, I think I still have Capra's. Is it not there? Oh no, I set the opacity to like negative. Oh, there it is. I was looking in the wrong spot. Okay, good to know for a reference later. Right, the cables. If you two don't mind, I'm gonna mostly check out of this argument you two are having. To focus on the fun part, to be properly entertaining. If we get like a neutral judge in here later to do a final verdict on whatever the heck's going on, that would be ideal. But in the meantime, I'm just gonna keep doing what I do. And what I do is play video games on the internet for the entertainment of arbitrary people that show up. Okay, machine holes are ready. We've already got the circuits. It's now just a matter... Oh, we have a pump? Cool. I know we have a motor. I'm going to make 2 more anyway. One, two, three, 4. That is the 2 motors we'll need. We also might need to do some fluid solidifying to make a tin rotor, but that's okay as well. Sometimes I just stop and fail to think. Next up is the iron. We're going to need 6 rods of iron. We have 1 rod of iron. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll go for the full 7 just for dust equivalency. To the lathe. We're at the lathe. Reactor, put that on the block. We're gonna need glass. How much glass we have remaining from the stockpile? 5. Perfect. Oh, we're going to need the chisel in order to convert them as well. So many tools. I should have an airlock that goes between my base and the rest of the world, where it's not to purify me of any impurities, but purely to force me to swap out my inventories for whatever my priority is at the time. Might help. Okay, let's see. Circuits, check. That, check. Motor on the way. Tin cables. Check. tin rotor. Not so check. We have like a convenient supply of pre-existing molten tin from anywhere. The fluid solidifier? Yes. Alright, where's my rotor mold? Oop. Oh, that's pricey. I'm gonna have to fluid extract more tin. Oop. Let's check last left. It's all down to the motor. Pick up from the lathe. Put 2 in the polarizer. Good there. Go to our miniature workbench. Rotor that spins, the rotors that power, the copper to hold the magnetic charge, and the cables to provide electricity. That's a motor for you. And that's 2 chemical reactors. Okay, how are we gonna filter this? This is all down to the solar grade silicon quest. Have a good day. I will. We're going with this route. So, assuming the existence of hydrochloric acid cells, which we can make manually with some hydrogen and chlorine, we will get trichlorosilicane and hydrogen. From there, trichlorosilicane and hydrogen is then fused together to make the silicon and hydrochloric acid individually again. All this cycle does is shuffle around some ingredients to turn silicon into better silicon without losing anything. And to do that... Uh-oh. Oh boy, hold on everybody, we've got a major problem. It is the blood moon. Abort every plan we had. We need to go into defense mode. I am hiding in the basement. This is not the basement. I am hiding further into the let me in the basement. Go, 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 go. We're going to our emergency fallout shelter, which is the room over here. And we are going to stay in here until the situation outside improves. Nice and secure. Nice and secure. So how you all doing? I'm in the bunker. What did you do? Also, what were you saying earlier about Discord not being able to send screenshots or whatever? Has it become illegal? Weird thing to be illegal. Okay, given that we're going to be stuck down here for a few more minutes, I may as well start thinking about the design for the thing. Before anything, we're going to need to make some cells. That's weird. Why is it doing that? All right, how do we deal with these cells? So, we're gonna need a source of hydrogen, which shouldn't be too hard to get. We can electrolyze water and just get it. That's just gonna be arbitrary. Getting real dark now. So I make the hydrochloric acid. I make this. Item output to... Well, okay, what's the... solar grade silicon? We're going with the... not silane, not hydrogen. Trichlorosilicane and hydrogen gas. Okay. So the fluid will be hydrogen, the cell will be trichlorosilicane, which will make hydrochloric acid. So the fluid out is the fluid in. And then this will be empty cells, which then go to high. Okay, okay. So it's this and this in sequence. And I think if I do that one weird trick I learned from the Department of Item Conservation, which is to say use a screwdriver, I think it was. I can allow input and output, and they should be fine. If they auto input and output both items and fluids, this will be simple and easy. So I'm going to pursue that. I'll have to get a screwdriver and probably wire cutters. And just go from there. Then we'll have a separate... Wait. How do we deal with this? It's outputting multiple items as output. We'd have to deliberately extract... Okay, I don't think that's gonna work. It'll work from one side going to the other, but once we get here, we have to split. We have to make the inventories different. Which means we might need the translocator. To get rid of these empty cells. The silicon would translocate into like just an output chest. The empty cells would translocate separately into probably the first reactor. So we put them at an angle to each other. But that's gonna open up the... What if we translocate up? We translocate up to a hopper pointing down into the first chemical reactor. And then we fluid only out the side next to it. That could work. 3 a.m. Why did I put down the chemical reactor? I guess it was to check the input-output thing. Don't spook me, it's a blood moon. Yep. Why don't I just take you and put you somewhere else? There we are. Much fancier. How close are we? Oh, it's day! We're saved. Now we just have to clear out the dreaded hostiles. Turn that off. We're not using it right now. They're mostly gone. Great. I feel safe. Maybe I should just take some charcoal out of here as it's made. Wait, the macerator's off. What? Huh? Oh, it's not off, I just can't hear it. Okay. Guess I got sick of making noise. So... now we build it. Alright. We're going to be going for a double up here. Connect this all together. I can't, well, I'm going to have to get the thing anyway, so this is fine. Let's get the screwdriver. We've got a wrench, that's fine, and a wire cutter. Those should be the only things we need for this. First off, screwdriver, well, okay. Wrench up so I can screwdriver these. And then back together. This one will be fluid and item auto output. This one will be purely fluid. Then we need a trio of translocators. Are we going to find any of those? Not going to be easy. Yep, it seems like we have none, which is unfortunate because we're going to need at least 3. And they come in pairs of 2. So, brass item pipe, red alloy plate, and then a bunch of aluminum casing. Even starting off, that's a problem. We don't have enough ender pearls, but we can buy ender pearls, or at least we can buy endermen. I need 10 survivor coins. There they are. Well, that's really convenient. How about we just make a... There we are. And put an Enderman inside. This is looking good. Well, running the numbers, 9 aluminum, which we have. Quite a lot. Give us aluminum brass. And how much Enderman did we get from that? 3! 3 Endermen from that. We only needed 2. This is Gemcast, okay? Look, Gemcast. While you're going. Oh, it's only 250! Never mind, we've got plenty of Ender Pearls. We are little rich. Let's leave 8 in there for later. Oh, finally. Happy to finally have a decent supply of this stuff. Okay, swap out the ingot cast. We are gonna need 12 of this. Halfway there. We'll then bend these and turn them into the goods. Red alloy is going to be fine. Well, the bend. Oh, no, I was wrong. I'm not looking for aluminum brass, I'm looking for regular brass. I have, failed. Now I'm stuck with this stuff. Okay, well, it's not a disaster. Aluminum brass is useful. We can recycle it into the smeltery and use it more. But no, we needed regular brass. Zinc, copper. 3 copper, 1 zinc. Okay. That's nickel. Which one of these is zinc? Which one of these is zinc? None? There's zinc. Well, I fixed it. Bop, bop. How could I have been so naive? What kind of fool am I? I've completely forgotten how to play this mod pack. Why am I using the smelter? I should be using the centrifuge or alloy smelter depending on my particular needs. This is abysmal. In this instance, I'm gonna get the mixer. Congratulations on your cake, Capra, if I forgot to already say that. I don't remember. I'm busy being an absolute fool. Why isn't this working? Circuit setting 1. Okay. There we go, finally. What has become of me, my foolishness? Okay, now that I've remembered how to play the game, we can play the game. Plenty of cable ready to go. At least connect all this up while we're waiting. So the way this will work, the way I'm hoping this will work, is I'm hoping I can put a translocator on a hopper. That would just make everything work perfectly. Oh, I do have an item translocator. Great. I didn't need to make 2, but I will be making 2 anyway. Put a hopper in here. Yes, I did. I need to get a reference sheet. Then I can, like, just throw it at people and they'll finally be able to draw me. Okay, silicon solar grade from chemical reactor. It is the... No. Hydrogen cell trichlorosilicate. It is circuit setting 1. Hydrogen cells go inside. Okay, and this is... There's no other option. It's raw silicon and empty cell. Is this really the best option? Let's start it. Well, no, we got to do hydrochloric acid first. We need hydrogen for that. Have an electrolyzer available. So let's get some water in there. Water in there. Give it a cell. Put the cell in here. There we go. That should give me 2 hydrogen, maybe? How much did it want? 8. So 3 more water. Apparently so. Oh! I already have plenty of hydrogen. Never mind this. I mean, I guess I'll take this. And oxygen's an oxygen. It's got utility. Put it in the arc furnace. Why don't we? After all, the arc furnace has only 16 liters and stuff. Nope, never mind. This is an electrolyzed water cell. What? Okay, I guess this is just some sort of weird middleman. Cool. Anyway. Let's take 8 of these. We're probably going to need 8 hydrochloric acid. So this is trichlorosilicate, which is not a hydrochloric. It's hydrogen. It's chlorine. It is hydrochloric acid. Okay. Circuit setting 1. All right. Okay. Circuit setting 1. Put the hydrogen in. Get the chlorine out of this bucket. Oop. There it goes. And it's already flowing into here. Not really where it's supposed to go, but we can fix that. The mixer, the furnace is done. We can now bend these. Bending them, we shall use the patented hammer and wrench technique to turn them into pipes, and then we will make the translocator using the red alloy we do not have. And then the aluminum casings. Aluminum casing. We could do 1-to-1 there. Cutting machine makes it 2-to-1. Fluid solidifier makes it 2-to-1. Really? We don't have a good method? Alloy smelter makes it 2-to-3. Which I guess works. So I guess 3-to-2 in the way I was saying it earlier. You need to be bended. I think I'll go with that strategy. So in order for this, it would need to be... We'll get 9 here. It's 1 extra, but it's fine. Mold muck. Reasonably fast. Easy to be brass item. Pipe. Translocate for item. That here. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. The plates go on the top, the casing go in the corners. Up. Translocators. Let's set these up. To start, we are going to need to get the final translocator from here. Put 2 back because we only need the 3. So in principle, it goes there, there, and there. Happy to see that you can indeed do that. This shall be filtered to whitelist that. This shall be filtered to whitelist silicon solar grade, which we do not have currently. You are full. Oh, you wanted 12 of the stuff? Okay. I guess I can get 4 more. 4 more hydrogen. Get this to chlorine and this to chlorine. React chemicals. Alright, so we put in raw silicon and this stuff along with, I guess, these cells. What's the actual recipe here? 2 over 15 seconds. Combined with 3 of this. So this would be 3, 6, 9, 12, 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay. Now let's get some raw silicon. A little bit. Rest up. W. And put it in here. Well, the recipe's working. Wait a minute, this is 30, not 15. I think I'm... Yeah, I mathed wrong. It is working, though. Despite everything, it is working, though. Let's cut off this part of the process. Okay, this is working. Are we good? Oh, it's because this has... This is trying to do a recipe, but it has no power. In this case, the solution is to turn off all of this, cut this off, uncut this off, and let this run for a bit. We're accidentally skipping the quest line because we can't confirm our intermediate steps. But one more cycle around should do it. Maybe I should have put the batteries in here. That's the quest. Now, cut this, uncut this. Now turn these back on. Technically. Put that in there, and that in there. Oops. I really need to get sufficient power to this thing. And then cut this, uncut that. Maybe I can use one of my basic gas generators I got lying around to just inefficiently use the creosote, because getting sufficient creosote is not the problem here. Does this work? That won't work. This might work. Fresh oil for powerful biomass creosote. Creosote! Exactly what we wanted. And then to make this even more, like, energy efficient, I'm gonna cut these wires. Basic combustion goes there. Output direction is here. I'm gonna break this. Do a similar deal here. And then just forward the pipe so that creosote's funneling into both of them. That should be everything we need. Come on, come on. It might not be giving enough power to this one until this one's full, which is fine. Weird behavior, but fine. Because that one will fill. At least it's good we're getting some use out of the system again. Creosote has a function. Over halfway there. Let it build. We're just gonna have to listen to that for a bit. It's okay. Alright, that's full. Ooh, we're rising. We're net positive. That can finally cut through, head back over here, and I can get my final bits to complete the quest. And we are silicon. Why is there no future quests? Oh, they require Canthal. Still, though. Ah, they go this way. Now we can make the bools. And I guess this whole array can just stay here. And then I just dump. Because the way this is operating, we just dump silicon in here and it will slowly convert into solar grade silicon. Let's say I just put in 24. Come back later. As long as we've got the creosote, we'll be fine. Now we can go into Bool Tech, which is its own can of worms. But lets us do some pretty materially efficient circuitry stuff. Like we make the bool out of gallium arsenide. From there, we get the wafer by cutting it with just regular cutting it technology. After that, we get laser engraving tech to make ILCs and RAM and stuff. From that, we can also make a medium voltage energy hatch, which is what we wanted this for. So that we can finally upgrade the EBF to high voltage, get Canthal coils, upgrade the BBF with that, and then have access to more advanced material processing. solar panels are also available, which is interesting. How does the basic ones only give 1 EU per tick? Most GregTech machines can use them as covers and receive power, but only so long as it can see the sun on the top. Be sure to put a glass layer above them in case it rains while you swap panels. Still want to keep rain off the sides of the machine hull too. The aluminum iron plate needs a medium voltage forming press. So what is the benefit of such solar power? Wait, what? You make this solar panel, which makes 1 EU per tick. But then you have the ULV solar panel. Maybe it's like just ULV. 8 volts. Okay. Which you can then upgrade using the extreme crafting and phosphorus doped wafers and high voltage tier to make low voltage solar power. I suppose solar power is very good for things that only need to be activated infrequently. Like maybe the crop harvesters. And then you combine them with batteries to just store the energy over time. That might be an interesting option. Still full, huh? Well, eventually you won't be. How's this looking? Old and stable. Logs, got about a stack in there. Well, let's get enough to make wafers. Because we want wafers eventually. Let it run. It's working. It's really working. We'll be having wafers in no time. How's this going? It's still going. Oh, it's full. Uh-oh. In that case, let's start dumping into the forge hammer rapidly. How much space do we need? 5, 10, 13, 26. That's like half this chest needs to go in there. It'll fit. Reasonable mix of iron and copper. This will go straight to malachite dust. Which I suppose we let happen. Okay, there should be enough space. We should be good now. Let that run. That's enough for a bool. What else do we need? Gallium arsenide crystal. That's a question of whether we have gallium and arsenic. We have gallium. We have arsenic. Very little of both. We make one gallium arsenide crystal, which we can then smash into 4 small. All right. A lot of power being used, but a lot of our power comes from benzene, so it shouldn't bother the system all that much. Put our stuff away. Put more locks in the system. Now that we're actively using the creosote inside and the charcoal for stuff, I think it's important that we keep it as well stocked as possible. Very good. EBF complete. There's our gallium arsenide. We are going to need to make a quick interrupt to our forge hammer to get us this. There we are. The gallium arsenide crystal prepared. We can now consider the bool. So, way to do this is blast furnace, 450 seconds. Broken solar grade. That is fine. We can do that. And this is just the way to do it, huh? Circuit setting 2, I noticed. Let's do this. Construct the bool. It begins. Going through this at a reasonable pace. The sounds of the factory are loud but satisfying in what they represent. Ooh, almost ready for a second bool. The BF isn't. Like, we're gonna have to wait effectively 7 minutes. Quite a while in terms of pool time. So let's start looking ahead then. What do we do when we have the pool? We're gonna need an advanced cutting machine, cobalt brass gear, or a saw blade, which is just this, but again. Diamond dust is easy enough. I've got diamond. The cobalt brass is just a matter of making it. Cobalt brass itself is a mixture of mostly brass, aluminum, and cobalt. So we need more brass again. 711 make 9. And for what we're doing, we'll need 8. In fact, I may have some already, though. I do not. In that case, let's at the very least prepare the ingredients. Again, it will be 4, 8. That's enough. And now we simply need the aluminum, which I shall get by, I guess, remacerating this stuff. Start with the mix. Seven, 1, and we just need that aluminum. The macerator's got a bit of a line. Is there any other way we can make aluminum dust easily? Yeah, it's expecting macerator recycling, huh? I suppose I could. Well, I can't now because the molten copper will eat all of it. No aluminum. I could do a lazurite cycle. Totolite cycle, my mistake. Electrolyze this. We've made room for more chlorine, thanks to using it for hydrochloric acid. Just one today, please. If you're forcing me to take all of it. Then combine all of this into the mixer to make the rare and special. I forgot the name of it already. Cobalt brass. If we don't have some spare diamond dust lying around. There it is. Okay, put the excess away. Don't need that aluminum. This is compound. Copper goes in the copper box. I brought these tiny pile of ashes from the smelter. The EB, not the BBF. Put them back. And there's a skeleton. Prepare for combat. I am prepared for combat. How has this happened? Okay, you two fight each other. Okay, we found a winner. Bye. I'll pick up your stuff from the hopper. Achievement! Cool, I should collect the reward money. That's coins for later. This is all just clogging up the works. Can't complain too much. I am making use of it. Free stuff is free. And stuff. But really, how much of a problem is it? You're done making that. Ooh. Quest complete for that. Was that a tier 1? Yeah. That makes a brass gear. I already want to do that. Smelt up you. From there, we will make some plates. We will make some rods. We will make the big gear. We will make history. The master is still running, but it's running out. And where's the... Where'd the malachite go? Oh, it's still in here. The smelting is complete. Split this in two. We know what we want from them. your rods now, your plate now. Get this bench ready to receive. It's cutting time. Oh, I could have used this. Free and available. As a consequence of my hubris, I'll put this in the EBF. That'll teach me to do something efficient. Here, put it in. We make the cutting saw. There it is. Very good. Now we could theoretically make a cutting machine, which does seem to give us some benefits. But we're already in medium voltage without it, so we may as well step up to the next line. How's the bool going? The bool. Okay, bool's been checked off. Next up, we want the... one of many things. The Ulpic wafer. Well, we need the wafers right now. And to do that, we need the advanced cutting machine. This is just a bunch of medium voltage stuff. Copper cable, conveyor modules, just the classic stuff you've come to expect from medium voltage. And glass. Nothing too tough. You gotta be running out soon, Forge Hammer. Well, with the bool, we do need to cut it. So this means we're going to have to make some medium voltage stuff again. I'm a little concerned about power and just material costs and everything. Looking at this Cooper nickel, magnetic steel, aluminum rods, copper cable, just a lot. Secretaries annealed, yeah. We make that, we make 3 of them. What's our status on electronic circuits? Medium voltage. We have none. We don't really have a good source of gallium or arsenic. So for the most part, we can't make diodes. So we have to sort of resort to the next best thing, which is to buy them. They are not cheap. We are not rich. But we'll do what it takes. There is a way out of the tragic loop, though. And that's the SMD diode. SMD diode is a variation created with an entire gallium arsenide dust and fine platinum. So, it's not really much of an improvement. I think in the grand scheme of things, using a wafer is more materially efficient than using small pile. But no matter what, somewhere in the diode process, you're going to need gallium and arsenic. And that's an issue. Gallium is not easy to come by. Sphalerite. Our best chance. And we get that from the nether, so sphalerite is available. Barely. Arsenic, though. Even worse odds. Gardite, agardite. Arsenic trioxide. Longelinite. Cobaltite is our best chance. That would imply that we have arsenic. If we have cobaltite, and we've used a lot of it. Maybe I haven't. Because it required medium voltage electrolysis, which I didn't have at the time, so I went to the blast furnace option. But now... Okay, hold on. Let's round that down to 60. They should give us 20 arsenic. Just... like that. Suddenly, it doesn't feel so distant. Meanwhile, the sphalerite... Wrong thing. Okay, we have no sphalerite. But we know where to find it. It's in the nether. And we found sulfur veins in the nether. I'm hesitant to go to the nether because it's spooky and scary and dangerous, but we can go there. We found a sulfur vein already. Ooh, macerator chest is almost empty. How exciting. Gonna make another one of these. Construction of everything is going okay. Sodium in here, raw silicon in here. Vaultite can go back in there. We suddenly have a lot of arsenic. What if we do a quick expedition to the Nether? Get that sphalerite. Well, we're not super primed for combat, but it should be not too bad. Especially with flight. And our inventory may look bad, but that's only bad on the outside. Careful, careful. Easy. This back on. Our sulfur source is way down south. Underneath the world. So let's not overcomplicate things and just take the normal entry path. For the most part, it should be safe. Mallet ready. And then if our inventory is such a mess right now, let's have it be the holder of junk. Such that we simply never have to interface with it during this adventure. And I know it's the Nether, but mobs can still spawn. Okay, let's find that sphalerite, that saltpeter. Here's the star to Sulfurland. What are you? Sphalerite! We did it. Suddenly... Gallium. I think the locals are a little mad at me. Alright, I think that's why I initially left, because the locals had a tendency to be mad at me. Like that then? Why can't I? Thought that was a thing. I'm sorry, locals. I want the sphalerite. I don't need a lot, but I do need some. I understand you are very likely to be dissatisfied with this. Like, it matters to me. We had this, and we went to iron. Yes, I don't remember going past iron. I don't remember wanting anything in the iron vein. I guess this is just where I stopped. Maybe because I felt satisfied that we found a decent enough source of sulfur back when sulfur was the thing I needed. But now I'm fine on sulfur. The amount of rubber I'm making doesn't require much. And that's all I'm using the sulfur for. Now the big thing is sphalerite. The ash clears up soon. Otherwise, it might be eating into the sphalerite. There we go. Oh, hello. Oh, goodbye. Guess this is a little bit of a struggle. Just clear out the fire. We've been sufficiently warned by the area that there will indeed be trouble. So as we dig down to further layers, we shall be careful for the lava that will most certainly be there. As demonstrated. At the very least, this area seems a bit more peaceful. Better place to just experience and mine without any locals being mad at me. Better to dig shallow before we dig down, given our goal and the lava. Ooh, ardite. It's like cool and important. Really sure what its whole deal is, but I'd love to find out. Let's see. Ardite is ardite. Gives us ardite, which is ardite. I'm not sure about the level of cobalt. Maybe it's just like an alternative cobalt. Because I know there's like special cobalt vein. Not veins, but just ores in the nether as well. Maybe that's a sort of equivalent, alternate. Theoretically, it's a tech level I already have access to via cobalt, so maybe it's used in some recipes, or just another tinker's tool type. Ooh, lots of sphalerite. Oh! That was almost a complete disaster. Looks like the lava runs deep in these parts. Another pool. I'm looking at the minimap, and it does indeed seem that this is just the land of many medium-sized lava pools. I will not be trying my luck any further. Back up, drop some netherrack stacks, head home with our over 1 stack of pure gallium. To be purified. It's 1 stack equivalent. Right now it's like 1 stack of zinc. Yeah. What? Oh, it's a statistical chance for gallium. Right. Okay, not nearly as much gallium as I had initially believed. Where's gallium ore? The moon of Triton. Okay. So, while arsenic has suddenly become abundant thanks to cobaltite, gallium will continue to be an issue for the foreseeable future. Suppose I couldn't have asked for much. Rare resources are indeed not common. Let's go home. At the very least, this is about 3 stacks of sphalerite dust, impure. Which will give us about, let's see, what was the operating statistics on that? Like 1 in 11? Yeah, like 1 in 11. Let's round that to 1 in 10 and say that we're going to get like 18-ish gallium out of this. Given the sheer efficiency of pools and stuff, it might be fine. By volume, the stuff is mostly silicon now, which is a material that is not super abundant, but is readily available. Funnily enough, we also have about as much arsenic right now as gallium. Because we made 20 with the stack of cobaltite. I don't know if the locals are still mad at me. Not gonna risk it. I'm out. A relatively successful mining expedition is complete. What do I do with all the ashes I got? They're gray dye. They're dark ashes. They're wood ashes. I am fast. Oh, in you go, Sphalerite. thermal centrifuge of crushed zinc or purified gallium or crushed gallium. Zinc, gallium, gallium. So zinc gives gallium. But so does macerating sphalerite. Not all sphalerite, though. Okay, so there are many ways to get gallium as like an incidental byproduct of particular things. Zinc. Centrifuge the zinc. Thermal centrifuge, a few things. Or washing gallium. No, that's normal. So it's a byproduct of some advanced material processing of zinc and bauxite. And for sphalerite, it's exactly this. Centrifuged sphalerite ore, macerated. Interesting. But I think for what we can do, the best we can do right now is just process sphalerite to the best of our ability through the normal methods, giving us some yellow garnet dust, I guess. And then electrolyze it for the gallium. So I should not feel bad doing this. Wow, this is full, huh? Okay. Okay, we're gonna need to turn back on the centrifuge technology, huh? Too bad to do it. Especially once that's empty. Put these in. Wait, we can't put those in there, of course. It's full. Okay, inventory is going to overflow these. How do we fix? How do we fix? We have chests. We need more motors, is what we need. I'm going to make another conveyor belt. That's all we need. What is the conversion on boule to, we put it in a cutting machine, one goes to 16. Now, in terms of diode, what's the ratio? Originally, a small pile of gallium arsenide dust, which is made out of this, which is half of this. So this would give you 8 small piles of gallium arsenide dust. So there would be 8 of these to get you 8 times 4 diodes. With these, this will get you 16 times 4 diodes. 16 times 8 if you can get tantalum wire. Where am I going to find tantalum wire in this economy, though? From tantalum ore. Where is tantalum ore? It is nowhere. Tantalum ore does not exist. But you can get it from tantalite ore. Where's that? Manganese vein. That is available. So weirdly enough, not impossible. Wait, I'm forgetting a step. The fact that one boule is made from a small crystal. And this small pile is also made from a small crystal. Which means the true ratio is 16 to 1. By doing this boule step, we are multiplying the effective gallium arsenide we used to have by 16. When compared to specifically using them for diodes, which is all we've used them for so far. That is very good. Okay, let's wire up some copper. Get some of that. Lathe should be done. It is. You please. And then the rare, we need the plate mold for this. The rare rubber sheet. Actual, physically, where is the mold? Did I leave it in the machine? No. I put it next to the machine. One. Oh wait, no, we put it in here, yes. One. Thank you, I am satisfied with my purchase. Center. Spokes. Power. Magnetism. Another power. Power to this device. Put the belt on it. There's our conveyor belt. I'll lay this out. Bonk. Correctly set to export. Put that back. And we just need another hopper. That is going to be 5 plate and a chest, which we have a good supply of already. The exact assembly step, I think it's circuit setting 5. No, it's no circuit setting at all. Simply insort. Okay, so let's clear it. Boop. Boop. I don't know what to do with this block of ardite. Stuff we do that. And then that chest is not going to be enough, is it? I'm out of iron chest. What's the... Iron chest is simple. It's a trio of double bended... Double plate. Double plate is what it is. I know what it is, I just forgot the name. Unfortunately, we don't have a clear way of making double plate automatically. So we're gonna have to just take out the mallet. Oh, that just works. Good. Get that out of there. Put that there. Don't know what I'm going to do with that one just yet, but we have it. Maceration's going to be a bit. How about we just start on what we have? Why did I put this up here? Oh, it's soda light. Well, off it goes. Onwards to do stuff. Well, I suppose this can continue the cycle. A little unconventional, but it is working. Absolutely do not do that. I checked the other chest for uncentrifugables as well. Like just regular stone dust. No, it's just a lot of redstone. Easy check. Okay. Good there. Not good there. Take this out, bring it somewhere else. That's the wrong box. Could have made this a barrel. And in you go. Fantastic. We can now make a second bool. If we want. We'll probably end up doing it anyway. Bools are helpful. And I get the feeling we're going to need more than 16 wafers. So I may as well do it now. If we expect to do it in the future with a high degree of confidence, then we may as well do it now for efficiency. Why haven't you smelted yet? Oh, you need Canthol to go direct. Right, we gotta go through the smelting block. We gotta compress you first. You're gonna be a bit, but at least you're through with the sphalerite, which is the part I'm excited about. Ooh, cobalt, copper, stone. A lot of exciting stuff. Team looks like it's keeping pace. That's good. It's been a while since Steam has had like a heavy load upon it. It's been easy going for Steam ever since the EVF switched over to chemical power completely. Benzene going. Benzene tank's nearly full. That's good. Figure that stone dust should go in here. Stone dust is an ingredient in concrete, clay compound, drilling fluid, the concrete, stone plate, which is used for draconic evolution. Oh, and circuit plates. For Project Red stuff. Synchronizer, slate cell, bus transceiver, bus converter, deck randomizer, segment display. I am curious what kind of fun shenanigans we can get to in Project Red-based Redstone. Maybe I can make a little computer, just for the fun of it. parent latch, NAND gate, NOR gate, XOR gate, buffer gate, multiplexer, repeater, timer, pulse former, slate cell, the slate cell. I mean, aside from what it is. A lot of stuff. Hey, we can buy diodes again. That's gonna get full very quickly. I think ultimately we are going to get stuck with a major bit of just logistics mayhem. Just all this stuff has to process, and then we'll have it, and then we can make a million things. I'm increasingly thinking that there is benefit to attempting to make a stack of motors. Let's do that. Now, compared to a stack of electronic circuits, a stack of motors is easy. Materials are simpler, the recipes are not long. It requires a bunch of bulk stuff. So, we are going to need 2 stacks of copper. Which we barely do not have. Pick them up. We're going to need 3, technically 1.5, but in practice 3 stacks of iron. We most certainly do not have. We're going to need 1 stack of tin converted into 2 stacks of tin cable. And we're halfway there. That's basically it. Biggest bottleneck here is securing that remaining tin and getting to work. Maybe we should get more tin. Like, mining expedition should get more tin. Let's start one thing at a time. You are gonna be a while, huh? Got through all the roasted iron, huh? Impressive. This chest is empty. Got any spare iron sitting around? I highly doubt it. And here is just a lot of ash, which we should really bring over to the centrifuge to get split up. Here it is. You know, we have all this banded iron we could be using. Even if we ignore the oxygen on it for a bit, that's just iron. That's plenty of, that's over a stack of it. Put it in there. That'll let us start. Mind with this, it's legally as much iron as we need, just not in the right material form. Okay, stack a motor. On the way. In that case, if we're going to start with the iron, just like one stack of it, then let's make that first stack the polarized rods. I just want the carbon. Carbon has benefits. They're really taking forever on that one bit of malachite, huh? Giving me enough time to go over here, realize that there was malachite that we already had elsewhere to combine, and then combine it. Good thing you waited. Increasing, I've still got 5 stacks. No problems at the steam buffer. I bought the diodes. Where did I put them? Did I not collect them? No, I did. I put them in here, of course. Then what's missing? I think it's wire of some kind. Yeah, some copper wire. Basically, I'm busy using all of my copper wire for stuff. Good thing we mined all that copper. To be honest, it purifying the redstone is like the least beneficial thing it could be doing right now. I guess cinnabar is sulfur, and mercury has some use. We could make quicksilver out of it. Combine it with some infused material, and we can use it to split it out. Acid generators can use it for power, kinda. absorb it, scan it. It's also used as a catalyst of some chemical processes. Hydrochlorous acid, in particular. We can make luminators out of it. Those might be cool. But yes, chemical bath is like the big one. Put some fancy metals in there, some fancy ores, and you can get purified stuff. And some pretty good byproducts. Look at that gold out of magnetite at 70% odds. There's value. Okay, got the stack. Stack 1 to be made entirely into polarized rods. After that, we're going to need 2 more stacks to make the non-polarized rods. Bet the wire mill's clogged right now. Go take out those wires. Maybe I can make an emergency substitution. Swap out the redstone. It's slowly going through, forcing some of the iron here. We take 4 stacks of impure piles of pyrite. Put them on the bar like this, and then go 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. And then just put all this stuff back up top. And I think we've successfully altered the priority because it literally can't fit anything else. And boom. Just like that. We're making pyrite. Prepare the craft while we wait. There should be no other things getting in the way. Fine, we've got our 2 good electric circuits. Is that enough for the cutting machine that we wanted earlier? Yes. So separate to doing this, we can start working towards the cutting machine. Let's get that tin running. There's going to be a pile completely separate to my almost stack of tin cable. Because we're going to need it anyway eventually to make, like, advanced things on top of the motor. Like turning it into a pump, or turning it into a conveyor belt, or turning it into a piston. For efficiency, I'm going to make a stack of rubber sheets to turn directly into wires to cable via crafting. Simply because the time it takes to coat circuits is a little slow if we're unable to build it in advance. So that's my compromise, making sheets in advance. Iron? Iron. Burn it. That should be just about 3 stacks already. So we are good there. How's the lathe running? About a third of the way through a third of the way. Right, it was 2. Oh, we wasted some minutes on that. Plenty of pyrite. And then it'll go back to redstone. Copper wire should be done. We can do the tin wire next. Stack sheets are ready. Let's go for 2. Might as well do both of them. Going on back here, we may as well. I don't think we have any particular use for silicon as is, so let's just make more solar grade. Is there a use for silicon as is? Guess we can make salt. Calcium disilicide. Hot raw silicon. For some reason, I guess it's an ingredient. Tool component, perhaps. I suspect most things that are relevant to silicon would be in solar grade. Or maybe even some hypothetical higher grade I don't know about. Regardless. This is doing nothing but burning creosote that's already clogging up the system. We may as well let it fly. Careful not to accidentally craft that. What else? The iron just needs to keep going. A little less than a stack. Plenty. I think the lathe is going to be the biggest time sink of all these things. Ooh, we're cutting through the rubber supplies. I think I'm satisfied with today's stream. It wasn't purely just managerial cleanup. We also got some solar grade silicon. And a machine that automatically does it for us, which is good. Meanwhile, we're about to prepare a big step in our ability to just construct things by having a whole lot of motors. If we convert even just some of those into conveyor belts, we can usher in a logistics revolution. Imagine the macerator going straight to the forge hammer, going straight to this massive buffer of chests to just process all the ores forever. Imagine the complicated networks of things to things, with filters possibly even. Allowing for automatic item sorting at large scale. Imagine other things that could also be happening. Like, is a electric furnace actually faster than a regular furnace? Produces point of pollution per second. Okay, so it is faster. I suspect that my infernal furnace is about the same speed, perhaps. But if we're in like a highly electrolyzed situation, then we can make them. We can even bulk make them. Okay, there's our 2 stacks of pin cable. Put that there, put that there. It's just down to the iron now, and it's gonna be quite a bit. In fact, this might just be a thing better done off stream. You know, and if it's gonna happen off stream, it may as well happen off stream on stream. What's the harm? Possibly boredom. Possibly someone getting a negative impression of how boring my streams are on average. All of these and more could be true. You've gotten to 2 stacks of iron dust. A bit faster than expected. Well, recycled into iron dust, it can be converted into steel. Put half in there, take out the stack of ashes, put in this. Boop. Boop. Plop. Plop. Blarp. Easy. These are the random nonsense noise to success. You just heard them. I will not repeat them. I've already forgotten. Success has been attained, and I accidentally deleted the bookmark to that webpage. Looking good here, looking good here. Still making redstone. Still making pyrite. You're about to stop, though. Perhaps I can fix that. Oh, I'm too late. Welcome to Redstone Town, everybody. The macerator is about to be done. It's just a stack and a half of copper and this little bit of malachite. We'll have processed most of the ores from the expeditions. But not all these. I will process this. We have a bit of a tin shortage, and the next expedition would be expedition would be for tin anyway. So if we're gonna act to solve our starvation of tin, we may as well act to solve our starvation of tin early. Just finished the boule earlier, and now working on the steel. The lathe has finished. The rods are ours. We polarize all of these. Round 2. Let's see, it's going to take 14 seconds. We have 64 to go through. That is going to be 15 minutes. Actually quite a convenient timing partition. Easy to know. Suddenly everything's quiet. Can I have a noise, please? Someone? Thank you. Fugue working well? Yes, it is. Good over there. Good over here. Macerator's not done yet, but it will soon be. With alright. Stone's rising. I really don't care for doing redstone processing right now. I'd rather it be any other material. So I'm going to deliberately obfuscate things by... I ran out of boxes to put the stuff in. We used to have an impure pile box, but I got rid of it to purify them. Darn my past success. Well, I've got a box. Got a problem, put it in a box. Could have used a barrel, it was all the same item. Now it's doing galena ore instead. To an extent. That's fine. All's well at the factory. Guess it's been 3.75 minutes. Okay, just took a second to start. Plenty of steel, plenty of stuff. Logistics will soon be grand. Do we have that medium voltage centrifuge? No. Unless it's an electrolyzer. It is a centrifuge. Many things. Suppose I should empty this again. Reset it to its initial settings. Not quite there. Well, as always, we still have a mess, but at least it's a mess that's not in any percent capacity in the backpack. Makes me feel a little better about it. This is what I ransack this other hopper. So that we can put it on top of this and place our second stack of iron in. Now, once that whole thing is done, we'll know that we've hit motor time. Speaking of which, how's the polarizer doing? a stack. Here's it. Great. And soon, very soon, we shall be able to rotate things with electricity. Stop the steel situation. At this point, it's just a matter of going about the factory and seeing what we can do. Just any little bit of tidying up, cleanup, processing that doesn't interfere with anything we're doing right now. That little bit of good. I guess redstone goes in here? Suppose. While we're at it, let's prepare let's combine some of the ash piles into bigger piles. A free motor that I probably drew attention to earlier. All right. We got plenty of the stuff. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Go to a crafting table. There's a stack. We'll put it in here for the temporary act of processing all these. No need to turn this into that one puzzle involving a bunch of different animals on boats. Big question, do we have enough for another? Let's see here. Definitely not of dark ash, but what about undark ash? Haha, we are just short. Let's ransack them from here. There we go. Now that we've done all we can now retrieve the previous crafts. Take all the fully realized ashes and move them out of there. In principle, we put them here except for this, which we will electrolyze for more carbon. In principle, every once in a while, I should just go over here and put a full stack in. As long as I never fill it up or have it pull from that directly, this is fine. Tank's almost full. And second bool. When we have the cutting machine, we can do some serious stuff. Well, the exact thing we can do with the cutting machine is cut up the bool. The wafers could be used to make more diodes. But more importantly, if we engrave them with a laser engraver, we can make some cut, burnt in circuitry stuff. Just some logic on a really small wafer. Which will open us access to more advanced circuitry stuff in the eventual future. Doesn't have to be exactly this one. Probably integrated processor, I expect. Because you can see here, that would be a central processing unit made out of a wafer. Some transistors, resistors, and capacitors. Some red alloy wire. And a plastic circuit board. All this together will make us... Oh, wait, this is a medium voltage thing. There's our high voltage baby circuit. Look at that. Medium circuit integrated form. Integrated logic, random access memory, some transistors, some electrum wire, and annealed copper bolts. Poured it in some soldering tin. We get high voltage. But these two are the key. Also, the transistor is like... Yeah, it's some silicon and some tin. Not that big of a deal, but it's there. The electrum's just silver and gold. We can get gold. Silver is available. Integrated logic. That's going to require cutting up an integrated logic circuit wafer. So cutting machine for that. Important. The wafer itself is lasered with some options. Ruby, red zircon, jasper. It's all about what it's vaguely considering the color of the lens. In this case, we'd probably go for something like ruby or maybe red garnet. Laser engraving is the next technology step after cutting. And laser engraving will let us do a lot of fun stuff like that and Project Red. Thank you for the iron. Thank you for the lack of anything. Centrifuge still going, making some pyrite, has moved on to the galena. That's lead. The macerator is complete. I can finally take this out. Beautiful. Is the forge hammer also... No, I think the forge hammer is clogged. Malachite goes in here. Yep. Okay, we'll have to move some of this over to here. And we have the room. I'll just arbitrarily take some stuff. can expect the forge hammer to start momentarily. Specifically, when the stack in here gets tossed out. Which can only happen once this is done. Begin. How much more space do we have? One, maybe two more trips. One fewer. While this happens here, we should slowly start taking the materials it's centrifuging and put them into proper receptacles, because it does not have the capacity to hold all that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and those. Just not enough room. You do the math, it's just not enough. Patiently waiting on the lathe. We are past the halfway point for the second 2/3 of it. Second 2/3 for the... Getting that ratio to work in language is difficult. It's not important. What is important is that we get more iron rod. We can put it here. We could technically split this and just make half a stack right now, but I like the drama of a complete full stack. And I'll take out this, these, put all of this together to make the world's current pile of iron dust. Well, starting to regret making that iron dust barrel, because the thing we do with iron dust almost always is turn it into steel. Because otherwise we're creating iron typically out of weird dust compounds that are not entirely iron. So they come into existence as ingots. Like pyrite? We're smelting that into an iron ingot. It's not going to be centrifuged out to make iron dust. Straight to ingot. And we do that because we do not care about the sulfur. We have plenty of sulfur. We don't need it. We'd rather have the improved ratio of iron. I give it like 10 minutes and we will have our stack of motor. Same with the galena. We don't care about the sulfur all that much. We prefer the lead. But... okay, I was wondering if there was like a special secret thing it would drop out, like with the sphalerite. You never know, huh? Oh, it's about to be finished. Once that's done, we can move this to there. Oh, good, huh? Still going. Nice. Take that out, put that there. Take this out, put that there. Then break this properly. Oh, gotta remember to refill that. It's odd, but a bit of a relief that we're still getting good use out of the giant array of coke ovens. Put a lot of effort into making those, and I'm glad they're not super obsolete yet. That said, maintaining them is still something I have to do, so it is an effort that I need to focus somewhere. Almost. I go hunting. Find some eminal. Should I go to the nether, just find some flesh, compress it, macerate it, get some mincemeat, and then make, like, pie? So many possibilities. I should, like, ranch some animals. Get a cow farm, so I can have cows. Whatever this cow egg out. Why? Why did I get the noise? Nothing showed up. Okay. Good. Sailorite's gonna be ready eventually. Still going through Galena. We'll probably convert to roasted iron afterwards. $19 to go. Ooh, it sounds like slime on the leaf part, too. Yeah, that was the bonus room. I guess I could remove that, but it's also acting as the beacon home, basically. I'll leave it. I'm really just trying to waste time I've sort of mentally wrapped up doing anything because it's been 5.5 hours and I would like to stop. But I still gotta wait for the final bits of iron rod to come in so I can have my stack of motor and declare victory on this day. What's left to do? There, my cable and pipe supply is decent. I can move these to a proper cell receptacle, which is this box. What are the emeralds doing here? Did I have a use for them there? I don't think they were part of the Mika line. Alright, I'm gonna keep the diamond saw blade front and center. That next stream, I'll look at it and be like, oh right, I wanted to make a cutting machine to cut my bools. And then I'll know. Four more. Should be careful not having a chest there. Let's put this one there, just so that if the conveyor belt activates because I use this foolishly, it doesn't drop anything on the ground and lose it. That's the one threat of conveyor belts that hoppers don't have. Also, one could argue that hoppers are cheaper. There it is. The final ingredient for one complete stack of motor. We did it. And with this, the foundation of making many, many low voltage machines is ready. We have a decent amount of electronic circuits. We've kind of cut through it a bit, but our current capacity is about half a stack. So we're halfway through it, but that's fine. But then from there, all these motors, a decent stockpile of steel. Better remember to restock the cactus coke, by the way. Oop, oop, oop. Up, lop. And we are on the precipice of making a lot of machines. Now the big problem is I have to decide which machines I want to build. What is worth investing so much material into industry? We could build all the parts of the sandwich factory that we reasonably can without the access to stainless steel. But we're not too far from stainless steel. Let's check that again. I know I checked it earlier. We'll do it by a slice of bread. Yeah, it's a slicer. We need a slicer machine, which we can do. How does this work? Slicer. Do you think maybe the slicer just comes with a free slicer blade at no additional cost? Or is that too wishful thinking. Because it seems like every single recipe involving the slicer, at least at low voltage, it uses a slicer blade. Maybe it just comes with it, you know? Maybe we should just build the slicer machine and check. Deuce once and for all if we can make the sandwich machine. Because if we can make the sandwich machine, then that's a major goal finally dealt with. I need to re-get my pin cable. There's one. There is two. To this what's it, wire cutter and file, I think. I'll just check. Wire cutter and hammer. Which I have. Out of there, get those three up there, get these two here, get my first electric motor in the mix, and the two rods, please. Nice. Boop boop. There's our piston. What else do we need? Get basic slicing machine on the docket. Okay, cables are checked. We need the circuits. Check. We need a conveyor belt, which is easy. And that hull, which is easy. Okay, bend out 8 of those. Let me get 6 sheets over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Over here, take 2 of these electronic motors, put them together. Conveyor belt, as seen in movies. Machine is checked, put those in there. I assume it is circuit setting 8, because that's how it's usually done. Put those here. Put that there. Let's get 2 cells worth of polyethylene. Which is to say 1 cell worth of polyethylene because we already got one. Bottom. Take it. And good. There's our low voltage machine hull. There's our low voltage machine. So, it does not have one. Okay. At least we have the machine itself. This does mean we are going to need to make a slicer blade. We just need a little bit of stainless steel. The big effort that comes with stainless steel is that we need high voltage levels of power into the blast furnace. Which means that the blast furnace is going to need medium voltage energy hatch. Actually, just to confirm, what's the voltage of this? 480, so that is going to be... Okay, let's see, it's 32 for LV. Times 4 to 128 for MV, so that would be basically full bore for medium voltage dudes. Alternatively, we could arc furnace that, plasma furnace this, vacuum freeze a hot stainless steel ingot. This could be an alternate path. But is it only vacuum freezing, or can we regular just cool it off? It might be out of our reach. And apparently hot stainless steel isn't even real. You can't get to it. So, small stainless steel, fluid pipes, stainless steel. Do we have any stainless steel anything that we could ransack? Just period. That is silver. I am disappointed. And if it wasn't in one of those two chests, I doubt it would be anywhere here. Yes, comma, no. So the lack of stainless steel ingots is still our biggest problem. And that can only be solved by upgrading our blast furnace to full-bore medium voltage hatches. Which requires a medium voltage hatch. Which requires lubricant, which we can get, electric pump we can do, MV machine hull we can do, copper cable we can do, medium voltage coil we can do. Copper cable, I already said that. Ultra low power integrated circuit, that is just going to be cutting an Olpic wafer. Laser engraving with something green, most likely emerald. Something we cannot do yet. We would need an exquisite emerald. Or we take an emerald plate, medium voltage lathe it. Any way to get like an exquisite emerald easily? Like if I compressed normal emerald. Implosion compression. A compressor will get block of emerald. And then I can cutting machine it into emerald plates, and then I can lathe it into a lens. So medium voltage lathe seems necessary. Either way, we get that, we put it on the wafer, and we are good to go. That'll give us the Olpic wafer, which we can then cut into a lot of Olpics. Which can make us a high voltage transformer. We are so not ready for that. Aluminum cable. That's terrifying. More important, we can make the... What's the difference between... Oh, it makes energy. I see. That's an energy output. But we want the input, which is just waiting on full-strength wafer boule technology. Which we are close to, and getting closer all the time. We get that cutting machine, then it's on to the laser engraver, we make some dedicated lenses of good quality material, and then we're engraving all day. Looking forward to it. I shall end this here. I know that things are still processing. You're going to be centrifuging for the next month. Which I guess you're happy to do. But I've done the big industry for the day. Lot of material gathering. There they are. There they are. There they are. There they are. Plenty of good stuff. Plenty of good work. Good to be back. I hope to restabilize a proper schedule soon. Especially now that I have RFC responsibilities. And for the sake of everyone's fun and value in fighting, need to give like a dedicated, consistent time for running the lobby. since I can't do it 24/7 yet. But that's not even this series. You don't have to worry about that. And you don't have to worry at all, because I will be back for more Greg, more tech, more new, and maybe a horizon or two. I would like to get to a new horizon, particularly the moon. That's a good goal, I think. I'm Exception. This is In TV. Have a good day and good night.